Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and it's going to be another day of coding on plugins and talking about stuff. And I'll see where we get with all that. So for starters, I suppose one thing I can do is fire up the coding stream and see if it's in good shape. Fair enough, looks good. And the question is, what shall I do? Because on Tuesday, I completely finished K-Cosmos. First thing I think I might want to do is move my speakers over using this little device, because my optical cable that drives my speakers is currently on the main computer. And there's times when that is relevant. For instance, one time that it's relevant is if I am doing music streaming or like Minecraft or whatever. Even then, I lie, it's not necessarily true. If I'm doing music streaming and want to run a DI output through to the audio, I can technically do that. I have the SWB audio capture going, so I can run the direct output of the DAW. And there's stuff I'd like to do in that direction. Like, can't really see terribly well, but my blinking light's over here. Off stream one day, I took the trouble to set it up so I have stuff to plug into for getting either of these keyboards going. And I have little collections of cables here out of the things I was experimenting with before that say things like T and pH log and pH with a line drawn over it. That all has to do with the trigger thing that I've got there, which basically takes a piezo pickup and connects it to the Eurorack system by turning it into a Eurorack signal with velocity and delay and stuff. And I've currently got it plugged in to the kick drum I was setting up the other day. But I've also got patches for the clap and the hats. Don't currently have anything that really works for a snare, although I do have a Blue Lantern snare that I could use. And it's a thought. I've done crazier things. And all of that is very much in line with seeing whether I can make an experiment that'll probably make people real angry. So, like, what's not to like? And that experiment is doing electronic styles of music using only the trigger. I can show you that. This is the trigger. And on the underneath of it, it's a piezo pickup. I've actually got a whole bunch of piezo chips. I might see fit to do a getting people electronic parts, particularly if stuff goes in a way where you can't really get things like that anymore. I might want to swing into action and provide for people. But that's basically just a serving plate. It's a wooden thing. And you put the piezo on it and then just tap it. And it's a good way of generating triggers, which can actually be really quick and dexterous. And then it's just about whether you can groove along with something like, for instance, soft clock. But where I demonstrated soft clock using real guitars and a real bass and real drums, and I did get flamed on that one. Somebody criticized because I was soloing the drums off of that particular session, And I got the usual, this guy can't play drums at all. Your drummer is terrible. Perhaps not knowing it was just only me. And I was like, oh yeah, it's 11:08. And they deleted their comment. And it wasn't even true because it was 7:08. But having it like that makes it very obvious, like this is a like semi-competent rock band jamming out as if they were in the room, which of course it's not. It was all in the DAW. The fact that it sounded like, I don't know, a Zappa band on a really bad night, is because that instrumentation, you expect those sounds. But that's not all you can do with that instrumentation. I mean, with soft clock. And supposing if I had this set up so that it like was on a trap hat or something. It's sitting in my lap right now. I can tap it with my fingernails. And you could have it with no velocity sensitivity or anything. But setting these very electronic sounds up so that they can be to some extent responsive, then playing that over soft clock and picking stuff to do that is not simply this is a garage band, but rather these are entirely electronic things. We're doing a liquid drum and bass thing, or we're doing a trap beat or whatever, but playing all of the stuff in pretty much throughout, just sort of keep a groove going. When you've got big chunks of audio that basically work, edit them together. And that's the prog rock technique that Eddie Offord pioneered, of recording the band down to a big multi-track tape and then freely editing that tape around or editing the 2-track master, indeed. In the DAW, you can edit the multi-track all you want, and in fact, layer it together where your ambiences and reverbs and things, such as K-Cosmos, which is this coming weekend, that can persist even when the underlying music is very heavily edited. So you don't have to do a simulation of like 70s style music or whatever with the human feel that is very much lacking these days in produced music. You don't have to take stuff like, saxophones and string basses and whatever, and have that be the reason for going with the human feel kind of thing. Especially if the instrumentation, like that, the tray that I'm using to put in trigger inputs, and I can use my modular for making sounds. As much as I sympathize with wanting to have literally everything, including the sound creation stuff in the box, the fact that over a bunch of years I've accumulated a bunch of synthesizer things, like rather than a newer car or whatever, you can do these like classic electronic sounds as easily as do classic rock and pop style sounds. And I'm just very curious as to what you get. It's possible that I'll jump into trying some of that stuff. Like this coming week is going to be a week of me cooling my jets a little bit, because I've made a bunch of progress in recent weeks and I've got a bunch of new plugins. There's the Bezier comp, there is Pointy Guitar. I'm going to be working on a variation on that today. There is Soft Clock, all of this stuff, the K-Cosmos, which is on top of a bunch of recent work on the reverbs. Sometimes I also have to chill out, so one possibility is taking next week and jumping on the Minecraft server again, which is being damaged in its own right. I'll talk briefly about that. When I play on Minecraft and do a stream of it, one of the things that I've been doing is showing what basically translates to the login information for what is a public server that's open to the internet. And if you know what you're looking at, you can go and join me. But that also means that people who know what they're looking at can go get some friends together and ruin all of our fun. And we've had somebody try to do that to some extent. They weren't as excited about my pathetic little builds because I don't really do very much. But there were a couple of people who had built big fancy things. And a griefer showed up and basically did lava casting to put dumb, ugly cobble stuff. And the interesting thing is, I think they had a technique going on of making sort of staircases up into the air and then pouring lava down that in such a way that it made larger curtains of lava with less effort, rather than, say, making a giant catwalk in the air and pouring the lava off that and having to make many lava buckets. They had a technique going on where they did maximum cobble for minimum effort. And so I'm curious about that. I might experiment with it in my own. But more along the lines of just building some stuff that way and seeing what I get. So I've got players who are Airwindows people for whom I'm making plugins and stuff, who logged on and spent a bunch of time like on the laptop in my basement, because the thing, it's under my control and I'm not paying rental to have it. So it's not like it's costing me anything to sit there puttering along, or if you manage to like repeatedly crash it, nobody would care. It wouldn't matter. And hey, Jonathan. And some of the people who are making mega builds there, or were trying to make mega builds, were perhaps not fully understanding the no exceptions factor for that server. And it honestly could be people I've scrapped with in the past. I used to pay for Minecraft servers for kids who eventually joined the alt-right, and I didn't want to hang with them anymore. And those might be the people grieving things, for all I know. Probably not. But all it takes is like one kid being like, oh, I see this here. Wait, I know what's up on the corner. I wonder if I can log in. Oh my God, I can log in. Therefore, I should go and find something nearby that looks like it was a lot of effort and grief it. And I'm like, if you want, whatever. Like my take to and I'll get over to the coding in a moment. My take on what that means is, me doing the Minecraft thing has always been kind of experimental. See what happens and see what happens with people who have access. And for a while there, I was running the 112 server with the mod Snowball Madness on it. Snowball Madness is something I coded. And one of the things that it did, which I played with quite a bit actually, is it let you do mega builds very easily. You would do things like fire a snowball with a stack of bottles on top of it and then a block on top of that, and it would make you a giant spheres of glass or whatever. Just infinite resources. There were methods for, you could grind things by firing a snowball that generated, like if you took a bone over a snowball, that generated a skeleton. The more powerful you were, the more powerful the skeleton was, and the faster and more dangerous it was. But it was also carrying what you had in slot 1. And if that was a stack of blocks, you've just ground yourself a stack of blocks for each skeleton you made. Instant, very quick item replication. If what it was holding, or what you're holding in slot 1, was a shulker box, well, it generated a skeleton also holding a shulker box with the same stuff you had in it. So exponentially ultimate replication of anything that you considered valuable. But if you had a block of TNT over if you had a block or stack of TNT over the snowball, it would cause a large explosion. How large? The size of the stack dictated that. So if you had a 64 stack of TNT, you could not throw it far enough to not blow yourself up when throwing it. And these were the things I was doing just to sort of see what happened with players, like see where it went, what you got. And what you mostly got was like edgy people having fun with that kind of, some of the people I was hanging out with before they got heavy into Tim Pool and stuff, played this game. And on another channel, I have many live streams of how that kind of thing worked. And you'd get these people who were both kind of edgelords, and they would be teaming up in a game we were playing, but it wouldn't go well because they would be trying to be very damaging and destructive, but just blow themselves up. Or somebody would be making traps in their bases and going, "Don't come over here." And the facility for doing this ultimate builds, and the reason the griefing method we got, it was interesting to me, is that's the same method that one of the old players, hey, I am continuing to do the work. I'll be doing more of that work even today. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I would if I could. That guy that I was paying for Minecraft servers for years did mega builds using the lava casting technique. So it just made me wonder. Yeah, and building like Snowball Madness, which I built with the help of my brother, who also ended up going in this alt-right direction. It was kind of neat doing that stuff. It was neat seeing what people did with it. It also caught, like, there was a game that I tried to invent in Minecraft, also on like 1.12 back in the day. But another one where, like, my brother's ability to jump into these things and solve them. He didn't have the creative thing going very well, but he could look at a strange computer system or Minecraft that he'd not played before and be able to figure out how to make the mods and make them work. And I invented a game called Home Soil. And I wonder whether maybe that's going to be a motivating factor going forward. Like maybe I'll be talking about that in this upcoming week, where you would, again, have snowballs as a mechanic for being able to do odd things. And you would have a world where it was constantly being regenerated by a giant space laser. This giant, I guess I had it as lightning strikes or something, I don't remember, or a big explosion sound. And there would be this scan line that would go through the world and simply delete and regenerate chunks. So that it would delete the chunk off of the server and then it would get regenerated again. But if you placed a particular block in a particular place, I think it was a diamond block at exactly the middle of the chunk or something, at any vertical point in the middle of the chunk, then it would not regenerate that one block. So you'd be able to make a base there. And you'd start with a home chunk, which automatically was yours. And if you threw a snowball, the snowball direction would lead you to the chunk that was yours. And then you could begin building a base on it. But the whole idea was it was a PvP concept where I expected that people would just try to ruin each other's days. And so if you took a snowball and named it in an anvil, the name of a player, it would steer you to that player's home base. And also, if you saw anybody building anything, you could either go and blow their stuff up and grief it, or you could go and quietly remove the diamond block that kept things from getting regenerated. And just all the variations of ruining people's days because home soil was a PvP concept. And I got it up and working. And then it wasn't really interesting enough for anybody to do. Because, like, why go to all this trouble when it's just like, oh, go and build a base somewhere, except for there's all this weird secrecy around it. And that's what I'm thinking of with just keeping an open server and letting it be seen where the server could be logged onto in public-facing videos. Like if people show up to the streams and go, hey man, will you give me ops on your server? No, nobody has ops. And I'm leaning towards not doing a thing to fix it other than maybe if like spawn is griefed to the point where you cannot log on, which is again the H2T2, whatever it is, that anarchy server. I always have the capacity to literally turn the server off. Like it's within my physical property. So if it goes in a way I don't like, I can just shut it off. If it goes in a way of people noticing that it's publicly accessible and available, and anybody decides like, wow, that would be fun to grief. In fact, get a whole community to grief it. I'm like, well, you just metagamed me. That just made it the new game is how do you survive on a server where people are messing with that server, which is not in a very large scale. I don't know if that computer is on the computing scale of that classic anarchy server. I think it's capable of standing up to a fair bit, and I have a reasonable amount of bandwidth. Like if the bandwidth gets messed with, then nobody can play, so it's like whatever. And I only have to have my bandwidth working really properly when I upload videos, and that hasn't been a problem. And yeah, the metagame of it becomes, so you show up on Chris's Airwindows server and go off and make a glorious, spectacular castle. Whereas what I was doing was taking the top off of a tiny island and then maybe making some brutalist monstrosity on it or whatever. But I hadn't really decided, and it really wasn't very developed. Whereas the people who did take the time to do a very developed, flashy thing that could be seen from or easily commuted to from spawn, had some kid show up and grief them because that was easy to do. Meaning, maybe when you make a glorious, spectacular build, hide it. Maybe your glorious, spectacular build looks like a simple mountainside, or, your glorious, spectacular build is, rather than building a pyramid in a world where griefing exists and is accessible to people, maybe your glorious, spectacular build is actually more like, Blofeld's base in the crater of a mountain. And it's this giant, spectacular space that's all very worked out, and yet you kind of have to know it was there. Or log on with some kind of cheaty thing going on where you'd be able to find who's done what where. There's probably ways of working around, like if anybody had the ability to see what chunks were present on the server. I don't know if the cheaty clients are able to do that. But I'm not interested in putting all of my efforts in learning how to ward off Minecraft cheaty clients when my job is making plugins. And I'll be doing more of that today. And I have a cool giant space ambient reverb coming this weekend. And that's always going to be kind of the primary thing. But I do also like keeping like the little Minecraft world in my basement up and running as long as that device runs. It's just a small laptop from a bunch of years ago running current version of Minecraft. And it's like, I can do that. Yeah. I can do that, and I don't want to take responsibility for making sure everything is nice for everybody, but I'm also not actually setting out to make it like a griefy anarchy server. That wasn't really the idea. One of the things that I found is, especially in recent years, when I put up a server, even one that has destructive potential, like the Snowball Madness mod, and let people from my community into it, they basically run around building things and trying to help each other. And that's cool. I don't play Minecraft to be helped, so I would probably accept, like, people have given me diamonds, which is good because I'm not likely ever to be able to put in the time and effort to get many of those. I don't even have full diamond gear. I just have the occasional bits, but I'm not really interested in that. One of the people that I used to play with liked to just do large-scale terraforming with stone picks and just like remove mountains and change things around just gradually. And somebody else who is not a personal friend, but whose content I like, James of Loading Ready Run, is known for digging a hole exactly one chunk big down to bedrock. And that's called Punch a Chunk. And he's turned it into an entire theme, and it's a fun thing. And if you're doing Punch a Chunk, how do you even grief that? You could like mess with the person doing it, and that's fine. But if like you're not building anything spectacular, and it's just a hole, I guess you could fill it in or something. I don't know. But the point is in the activity. The point is in what you're doing and how you're doing it. So it's a metagame. It becomes a thing of, here is a play box that you can have. You know, this is for you, no exceptions. You can do this, all of that stuff, as long as like I'm here and there's electricity to my house and I can keep that online and stuff. And things are going reasonably well that way. Like for a while there, like my Patreon income was wavering, but it seems to be holding quite steady. And I appreciate that because it lets me keep doing what I do. And other things like my costs and stuff. Thankfully, I don't have like an adjustable rate mortgage or anything, but certain things have ended up costing me, you know, hundreds of dollars more per month, but I'm able to weather that at least so far. And I'll let you know if it goes in a bad direction. But for now, still hanging in there, appreciate people's help in being here and doing what I do. And so that Minecraft server is going to be there. And unless I have a good reason to do otherwise, I'm not going to be changing it in such a way that I am going to be moderating it and making sure that it's all nice. Nor do I want people to make it be a disaster and mean. As far as I'm concerned, if you're some like griefy boy who isn't old enough to play musical instruments or whatever, which there's no such thing, but if the first thing that you think of showing up on my server after discovering, oh hey, it looks like I could go here, is it true? It is true, I can go here. Like, ruining people's day is literally only one of many more interesting things that you could do. Sometimes people log on to the classic anarchy servers, and the whole point of their game is they want to get out of spawn, which is destroyed, and get to where they can like make a little base or something, knowing that it is subject to people playing specifically for the purpose of they just want to blow up people's bases. But what if anarchy server where that wasn't the only thing anybody cared about? What if just go and do something amusing or interesting? And that's what I do when I play that game. So I will see what happens. One thing about it is that griefing, which there's a couple of people in my community who were playing with it. They had their initial stuff, or at least their bass stuff ruined, to the extent that dropping a whole bunch of lava and cobble on top of it ruins it. It's like, I bet a bunch of the things are still there buried under that. But that basically just decided me, like, I will continue to play this. In fact, I will continue to play this on stream, meaning that people will see how they can join us. But I ain't going and showing off anybody's fancy builds. It's just a recipe for, in particular, I think there was a time where I did that and location was on, and you could see where I was, meaning you could see where this big fancy thing being built was. And that's a recipe for trouble. So build cool things if you want to. I'm not going to show them off on stream. It's just asking for trouble. And I'll just derp around doing my relatively meaningless things. And if I get blowed up and griefed and whatever, I'll just go somewhere else. I'm sure somebody will fill me in with like starter gear or whatever, or I will set up places where I figure I can get a hold of useful stuff. And if not, I'll just go off somewhere really far and start over. Because that's kind of what that game is about. It's kind of about going and just building something from wherever. But it's getting on towards noon, so maybe this would be a fine time for me to switch off my initial talking up a blue streak and jump into coding a thing. So as we said, let me make sure that my speakers are working properly. By the way, this is the most recent verb I generated. I'm going through and making large quantities of these things in hopes of measuring them and grading them. In fact, literally just this morning before I set up to stream, to some extent before I even had my coffee, I was readjusting the clarity parameter on these. Because what we've got with this stuff is a scenario where we can make this giant space, and it's a drone or whatever, but measuring it from exactly the same thing. I can measure how dense the sound is. Perhaps this is not a good example. So what I mean by that is this. That sweep is the part that I measure for every one of these reverbs I generate, using this example and the setting that I showed you just a moment ago. And if I can run this sound, come on, show me. This sound. And the RMS level is below a certain amount, I count that as clarity. Because it's basically just a sine wave swooping from the supersonic frequencies down to the lows. It's not perfectly even, but all the same, it is a sine sweep. And if any sound predominates, it will be louder. And if it's really evenly balanced, it'll be quieter. So that's my clarity measurement. And literally this morning, I was recalculating how I measured that. Because all this has different rules. I wonder whether I can... I sort of can. Here, check this out. So these are all examples, although I will have to set it to... Oh, I know, I can set it to SWB audio capture. Then I won't hear any of it, but you will, presumably. So that's the raw reverb under K-Plate 240. Here's a more recent one, which was Guitar Hall, and that one ended up rating high in all the measurements. K Cathedral 3, same deal. Whereas regular K Cathedral, not nearly as good. And then here's what is underneath Cosmos. Well, I've moved beyond that to some extent, where now I'm getting like tiny rooms and giant rooms. And what you see there is a new algorithm that I came up with, where rather than simply having a fixed level or adjusting it in certain ways, what I'm doing is my new concept for how to get, oh hey, passing all your exams, cool. The method here is I take the 1,000 divided by the number of seats and subtract that from minus 13 dB, meaning that if you have like seats of 100, then it's going to, and also square root, sorry, all of this stuff going on. And result being that the tiny ones have to go to a much louder sound in order to qualify as clarity, because the density of their sine sweeps ends up being larger if the room is smaller, because it's so densely packed. And so you get sounds kind of like this. And here's one that actually measured well. So if I get something working out with that, I should be able to get like a stone room type sound. And I was observing other things besides. For instance, notice similarities in how these line up. These ones tend to be darker. The green means it's showing up as darker. These ones fail to do that, but show up as louder. And then a little more, there's a set of them which are similar. I'll play first one, then the other. Which basically fill all the conditions. And the K-Cosmos one came from sort of the middle of this section all the way down here. And it's a matter of running all these variations and figuring out what kind of optimization I need to do so that my metrics for how I'm measuring them for quality. Like, I started off with nothing showing up on the purple flag. Oh, go ahead and ask. The purple flag of clarity only showed up at really large numbers, and so I had to come up with a metric where it would roughly pass through where these reverbs were actually coming out so that it could distinguish the good ones from the bad. Much like the loudness factor distinguishes, it doesn't have to be on a curve, but general concept is the more effective the reverb is, the more it will kind of sustain and penetrate and pass on to further resonances. And so that ends up being a fixed measurement. But a bunch of the other ones, like the fullness, which is shown as a blue dot there, or the clarity, which is very much a complicated equation, those are following different paths. And what I'm trying to do is, firstly, use the program to generate millions upon millions upon millions of trials and rate them according to a fitness function so that it acts like, natural selection genetic algorithm, except for it's not hybridizing, it's just running the variations. And then I take the resulting ones, of which there could be, like we're looking at, 32 minus the text file, and run that on literally the audio that you see here. Short for echo. And I'm trying to run very similar reverbs through all these comparisons, like for instance this one here. Using a calibrated instance of another plugin that just isolates only the differences in the reverbs. And then I'm measuring the performance of them and trying to come up with, out of ridiculous numbers of possibilities, boiling them down to stuff where I can select between a bunch of reverbs that all sound basically good, because it didn't start out sounding good at all. I'm going to quit out of there for the moment and attend to some of the questions at chat and observations of like Jonathan. Okay, so influencing emotional qualities of a vocal take through a denoise. Well, first of all, I'd be very wary of using a denoise at all. But that's exactly it. You see, I have theories around this, actually. I think I have a real answer for you. My theory around vocal takes and emotional qualities is something that I wrote an article on in the Absolute Sound magazine many, many years ago, but I didn't have an answer then. It had to do with hearing a song, which was My God by Jethro Tull off the Aqualung album, with a friend, over the radio that we were familiar with off of vinyl, and being shocked that the emotional qualities of it were completely lost. So, like 30 or more years later, I think I finally have an answer to some of that. It's just unorthodox. I think people's registering emotional qualities are overtones and undertones and things that are buried deep in the noise floor and what's going on with the stuff there. Because that vocal on that album, again, Jethro Tull Aqualung, it is extremely uncompressed. It is not an especially bright recording, and it's notable for the vocal performance, especially off of vinyl, being extremely peak-happy relative to the background sound. When you have extremely peak-happy sound where the projection of the voice is really high, like the sonority of the person expressing themselves just pokes way out. This is heard through a lot of classic albums, mind you, but that is interpreted as the clarity of the harmonics that are being expressed, which is a pretty high chain of harmonics, to be sure. It's typically not just a mellow tone. It's typically vowels and things where there are a lot of high harmonics, but they are very specifically in order. They are a waveform that we interpret as being emotional and passionate, and that is always accompanied by a peak RMS measurement where the peaks are higher than you expect. It's all the stuff that people limit away and compress away. The reason spectral processing would be doing a number on that is because your spectral processing is altering quieter sounds that are the backdrop for the louder sounds that are expressing the emotion. The energy of the peaks are producing the emotion, but you only hear that against the background of the quieter noises. And when you start messing with that, it's not so much affecting the main signal by masking, because if you're denoising, you're trying to take away stuff. But what you're doing is throwing for instance, supposing your mastering was stepping on higher frequency stuff, up around like 3K, 8K, 12K. You're trying to denoise. You're probably trying to gate that stuff out. But in so doing, you might have set the spectral denoiser so that it started grabbing harmonics out of the emotional expression of the sound. Because again, that is tied to the active sound you're trying to work with. It's tied to the emotionality. And it is overtones, consistent overtones, perhaps not always consistent. It's not like it's always a pure tone. You can have an impure tone, which is also causing that effect. But it's going to be like a stack of harmonics, like you would get in a pure synthesizer wave that goes right up. And then when you mess with that, you're taking away some of the stuff where the emotional sense comes from. And stripping it down to only what a much less impassioned performance would have. And typically that does mean less peak energy, and that does mean less overtones. So, yeah. And Jonathan, you are correct that would be why lifeless John Lennon vocals in the new Beatles song would be happening, is because people got into it too hard. At some point, I hope to do new music. I never find time to do music, which is fine because it's the plugins that people really care about, and it's the plugins I can distribute more easily. Whereas if I make music, people will just be like, oh, you suck, and then that's about all there is. But I would like to do music involving singing into like my mini K47 mic, which is what I use on drums and the guitar amp and things, because it is a planar sounding mic, and because I can do that Jethro Tull Aqualung type thing, where if it's not very... The Roswell Mini K47 will give you a sound like some of the older Rolling Stones albums and stuff like that, especially if you retain the dynamics. Like you go into a console X mix and you use the dynamics to set discontinuity and just build your mix around it. Build your mix around the fact that the voices will sometimes penetrate really hard and then sometimes they'll drop back, and you just design it that way. You design it so that it is not demanding that everything be equally compressed. That would mean that the overtones would be able to do that. So I'd be able to do something where the emotional projection would be able to stand out, even if my ability to sing on pitch and so on are compromised. And the idea is interesting to me. I'd be interested in trying that. I don't know where. The old article that I did was in the Absolute Sound magazine around 1989. Yes, I'm old. And I don't know where to find it. But it was, I don't even remember what it was called. It's probably not worth looking up. I mean, I didn't have any answers for these things at the time. All I was doing was observing, hey, the CD sounds bad because it lost all the emotion in the voice. And at the time, observing that was enough. But I've had to spend upwards of 30 years learning how to solve it. Jonathan, I don't know whether texturize would make any difference on vocals. Isn't that simply the noise adder? Isn't that just the noise adding plugin? I think it is. I would quicker try to use texturize on like the 6 Signs Rhodes imitation that I did some weeks ago than a voice, because I don't have to use things to accentuate the emotionality of a voice. What you have to do is record simply and not process as much, and then make sure that the top end and the upper mids and stuff are able to poke out as much as they need to. But it's not terribly complicated, and you should be able to do it with a simple channel strip. Anyways, where were we at? We were going to, and by that I mean I was going to, see whether I could do that variation on pointy guitar that I talked about. I don't know how easy it's going to be because I'm just trying it for the first time here, but I spoke about how it should be possible to put compressors instead of saturating in here. And it's a big old complicated plugin, but all the same, should be able to do it. Like, this is literally the distortion section. The rest of it is purely normal. So instead of having a distortion, it'll be putting banks of compressors in there, but not for each band. It doesn't run on each band. It just does the equalization in a particular way. And I can leave some of this exactly the way that it was. Like, I don't have to do much else for this. This is a beautiful example of being able to leave this alone, except for replacing this one bit. And if it works, I'll be able to get into like examples of intensely compressed sounds that I think are amazing. Mark Knopfler on the first Dire Straits album, that's an absolute classic. That is a Fender Stratocaster with a whole bunch of compression. I think it's probably an orange squeezer. I have not been able to duplicate it with just an orange squeezer. And another example is Grateful Dead's Blues for Allah was using heavily compressed sounds all over the place. And the guitar sounds on Blues for Allah are quite striking, but they're also wildly super compressed. And it would be fun to be able to do that. And the guitars used on that are, in particular, Jerry's guitars, one of the custom guitars. So that's going to be like a neck-through body, custom-made, hard to say what exact pickups he was using, other than the Grateful Dead were using low-impedance pickups very early on. And in fact, they were using I'm pretty sure they were using low-impedance pickups even on like Europe 72, where Jerry was playing a Strat. But it was a Strat with low-impedance pickups. And so those are all things that you can do. And I feel like I should be able to fire up a compressor where you can just dial in those sounds. Also, it would probably give me more ability to do an interesting bass sound, because I was doing my bass sound using pointy guitar, and that is all well and good, but what if compression? Like, surely there must be possibilities there. I wouldn't necessarily... I've been wanting to take my Rickenbacker and remove the stereo plugin, remove the stereo pickup mod, because it's kind of crackly. Like, the pickups don't always work properly. It needs rewiring anyhow. And that stereo pickup mod was really specifically for, I want to do the Chris Squire sound, which involves having round wounds on there. And after that, I ended up trying out flat wounds like Weedy Wet. William Whitman always told me I should do, and I shouldn't put round wounds even if I liked Chris Squire. I tried the flat wounds and found a gauge, Labella low tension flats, that I liked as much as the light gauge round wounds, taking away that problem, and it immediately went to having a very flat wound kind of tone, but it worked in the mix so well that I was just like, oh my god, okay, I get it now. We'll just have flat wounds on all the time, and if I would like to have a little bit more articulation, I'll just change them as needed. But I won't need to change them very often because they're going to stay the same sound. And I feel like if I was to modify the Rickenbacker further, I'd want to put it back to the normal control arrangement. No Rico sound. Instead, it would be specific, because I don't have a 2-jack output plate. I have just only the 1 jack, so it wants to have a mono output. And set it up so that it uses both of the pickups, and maybe if I wanted to get experimental, I could put in a switch where it would have various options for high passing the bridge pickup, because when you wire the bridge pickup and the neck pickup together by putting the pickup selector to select both, that changes the impedance. But if the bridge pickup has that series capacitor that they used to have, that's going to change the impedance only over a certain frequency. And I see no reason why you couldn't play with that. Like, rather than just only pick Rickenbacker's option, do like a tiny capacitor so that it's a middle position, both pickups, but then the bridge is only delivering the very highs. And then below that point, the impedance goes to only being neck pickup, because that's something that would happen with those, and I feel like it would be fun to experiment with. But yeah, I'm having a glance at chat. And Gabriel, that you are correct in saying that the important part of making vocals sound good is the take in the performance itself, because if you can hack that, like if you can hack your vocal performance by like getting into the right mood, or I don't know, using soft clock instead of click track, or whatever it is that you need in order to be able to throw yourself into it with emotion, that's going to overwhelm everything else that you do. And peakiness, the reason peakiness of a vocal matters is because you can only make peakiness in a vocal by projecting harder. You don't create vocal peaks, especially off of sustained notes, without that. Simply does not happen. If, for example, I'm going to humiliate myself a little bit with being silly. You had a song that was like, in the song, and I'm not really expressing myself very much, but I'm singing through my nose, and nobody would like this because it's not very exciting or emotional. That's the most unpeaky sound you could ever have. It's literally all RMS. All of those waveforms are very smooth. Whereas if you literally have to be farther away because... Can you see me? if you're far away from the microphone, so you have to sing the song in which it's very emotional and I really care about this thing. I can distort the microphone from across the room that way. But it's all happening in the upper harmonics. The lower harmonics aren't that different. I only have so much ability to move air through vocal cords. There's only so much that I can do with the softer sounds. But, and here's an example, go and check out Captain Beefheart in his music. You can push the overtones almost arbitrarily far. And that naturally happens when people become emotional. But you can also do it on purpose. And it's trained vocal projection, or getting really upset, or any number of things like that. It can hurt your throat. The singers of Def Leppard commented on that a lot because they were trying to be the hottest rock band in the world with a heavy emphasis on vocal power. And they were trained how to vocally project by Mutt Lange. And yes, it does hurt. It is painful to the throat to learn to do that, but that's how you make that sound. They did not get that sound by going through the secret Mutt Lange box for projecting things. However, if you are making that sound, you can also do things like take advantage of the presence peak in SM57 or whatever. Or simply use like the upper mid parametric in console X or whatever else there is that you've got, and isolate where that emotional lift is happening and then simply boost it. And if you boost it too much, it'll sound unpleasant, but it'll also sound way louder, way more intense, way more emotional. And it's not just everything, it's particular areas of vocal projection that produce those results. By the way, the question of what is this I'm coding, I'm going to try to code, haven't even made up the name for it yet, but the compression version of Pointy Guitar. The one that doesn't simply saturate, but has a compression built into it, and then we're going to see what it does. And I'm busily reading chat. I like it when people are chatting away on stuff. I get behind sometimes, but it's still good. So what shall we call it? How about chimey guitar? Maybe that would be good. You think? Like, because the thing about heavily compressed guitar sounds is it doesn't get crunchy. It doesn't get distorty. Pointy guitar represents heavy metal, BC rich, whatever. But this other concept, whether it be Stratocasters or Rickenbackers or whatever, usually that goes in the direction of chiminess. And even if you're letting it still be dynamic, like in not saturating it and distorting it really heavily, like your Fender Twin sound, for instance, that isn't necessarily very compressed at all, because the amount of energy going into the peaks out of a Fender Twin can be just ear-splittingly, ice pick in the ear, kind of painful. But the end result will still be chimey, because it doesn't have that grit and grunge and distortion. So probably we'll call it chimey guitar, and we'll go from there. And the way we're going to start doing this is by copying everything over. Also, I have a separate project in mind too. Let me first have a look at what this looks like on the audio unit. This is an end-to-end plugin. So So that's significant because I have somebody asking, oh, look, I have 10 parameters. So definitely we've got enough going on there. But the reason I'm interested in end-to-end plugins is because somebody is asking me for a couple of particular things, namely a version of 2tape and Console 9 to exist in versions that'll work on massively multi-channel mixes. They want to do more stuff in like surround or whatever, and they want that stuff to be available to them. And currently Console 9 and also the most recent versions of 2tape only exist in a stereo version. They don't have a audio unit mono version. So one of the things I am thinking about, after having been asked nicely for that thing, might even be somebody in chat for all I know, but what I know is I saved it in my email inbox because the person was asking very nicely, please can I have a Console 9, please can I have a 2tape 8? And I know it's possible. I know it is possible because I could just make a mono version. It'll be audio unit only. So I feel like unless I come up with a whole bunch of them like that, I probably can't have that be the weekly plugin release because it'd be leaving all the VST users out and it wouldn't go into consolidated or anything like that. But for those who are on Mac working on like surround mixes in 7.1 and whatever, and they feel like they want to have Console 9, they feel like they want to have 2tape 8, I feel like I should let them. So yeah. Anywho, back over to this. We do not use Cocoa View for that because this is an end-to-end. And this one gets called Chimey Guitar, and the first thing we're going to do is replicate what already exists. That's how I keep things moving. That's often how I find stuff, is I start by a known quantity, a territory where I'm already at, and then I'm going to duplicate everything over and modify only parts of it. And it'll save time from me trying to do it all over from scratch. C guitar rather than P guitar. There's my version number. Thankfully, I don't have to have this finished by the weekend because I do have the giant Titanic reverb for the weekend. Jonathan, I dare say Reaper can do surround mixing. However, to do the surround mixing, you'd probably need to be using the audio units that can handle it. Or, if people have made VSTs with different numbers of inputs, which mine don't do, then that would work. Or, if the Reaper built-in things are already designed to work on multi-channel as well as simply stereo. The simplest form of VST I have found tend to be made to do stereo, and that's just it. Jonathan, interesting thought. You realize that Phil Collins' solo performances and late 80s vocal performances in Genesis are using a limiter. In fact, I'd love to get my hands on one, and that's what Pop was designed after, was that basic concept. Not that Pop is really a good limiter. Here's the thing. If you're using something with that tight of a ratio, which a limiter is effectively infinite ratio, the attack and release end up taking on enormous importance. This is probably something you can do with BasicComp, and we're going to try to include BasicComp in this new plugin that I'm making today. But the deal with hyping stuff up in a vocal performance, what you can do is use a limiter, but a limiter is dealing with dynamic qualities. So what happens when Phil Collins does his vocal chain of the day? And that vocal chain was a Beyer ribbon vocal mic into an Allen & Heath some kind of limiter. I'd love to know more about this. I think I tracked down the exact version at some point, but it's hard to find them. That's like a FET limiter or something like that. It is able to completely and totally clamp the volume level other than whatever pokes out as the attack kicks in. And there's some of that, but the other fact is that doesn't necessarily change the peak to RMS qualities of what's going in. And Phil would be using a ribbon mic that was actually fairly bright, rather than like your classic old RCA ribbons or whatever, which are noted for being kind of soft and mellow. You'd put them on things like saxophones or whatever. Some of the Eagles tones were also ribbon mics, and they're not dull at all because some of the Beyer dynamic ribbon microphones were actually quite bright. It's just that they're ribbons, so they don't have the sparkly quality that resonant condenser mic diaphragms can get. This is also why my video recording sounds changed recently, is because I went from a small diaphragm hypercardioid condenser from Sennheiser back to the Roswell Colaris, which is a large diaphragm condenser. And the large diaphragm condenser, it's just as extended, but it simply doesn't focus in on the high frequency part as much, because the diaphragm is too large to have the kinds of resonances that the small diaphragms do. And I'll probably find some useful purpose for the Sennheiser. It was nice having it there for a while. I ended up putting the Roswell on the same mic stand that the Sennheiser used to be on. So it's like this big condenser mic is like up in my face, ready to hit me in the head when I make my videos now. But it's in a convenient place, and I'm getting the sound that I want on it. And it has that quality of the Colaris, which is based on an old Elam, where it's just it's nearly as extended as the Sennheiser, but its internals are using FETs, field effect transistors. And they're set up so that it's driving the FETs fairly hard, which means that everything that I do into that microphone, it's a little more saturated. It's not hard clipped necessarily. It would have to go fairly far, but it's a little more saturated than like the Sennheiser. The Sennheiser is very, 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 very clean. The Colaris is not. It's not. It's a little distorted. And it just gives a bigger, to some extent, more emotive, but more upfront sound at about the same level. And yeah. Anywho, we have work to do. By which I mean I have work to do. First order of business, reproduce this. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can simply copy some of these things over directly, and I will. Goes between these things. Copy and paste from here. There we go. Then from down here, that's not too many things. We're fine. I do, however, think I'm going to end up using either all of the BasiComp stuff is going to be into an array, because I need to use either 12 or 18 instances of however many there are. See you later, Jonathan. So let's see where this takes us. So far, so good. Again, first order of business, get this working doing the same thing the pointy guitar did. I could simply remove the saturation and go from there. Probably don't have to, but I could if I want. Then it'll be time to start replacing things with compressors. And one thing that it will be interesting to observe, oh, wrong file. One thing that will be interesting to observe is that, for instance, using BasicComp, which is quite effective for what it's doing, it is one level of compression, if I remember correctly. And of course, it's possible I don't. Maybe I'm just confused. I'm pretty sure that's just one layer of compression. But pointy guitar is many, many layers, each of which are getting separately equalized between. So we're talking about maybe running that many layers, and some of the parameters I might be able to repeat. I'll find out. But when you run many layers of compression, that's similar to what the classic mid-budget compressor, the FMR RNC, also known as the really nice compressor, does. Because that's a fairly basic, similar to the distressor. The RNC is a digitally modulated VCA, and it's a lower budget than the distressor, but it's got some of the same qualities going on. And one of the things that it does is you can hit a button and it goes to super nice mode. And what super nice mode is, it's a digital recreation of running multiple compressors in series so that you can take everything bit by bit. That's what we'll be able to do here if this works. And that's going to be interesting to try. Also, I may end up having to mess with things in some way. I might have some decisions to make around fitting in controls like a speed control, or simply building in a preset speed control. I kind of don't want to do that, but I might have to because I don't think I have any controls on the saturation section. And I have very little available in this 10 knob, this 10 slider plugin is just too much. It's just too many knobs. And if I make more knobs, you can't fit it into consolidated. And that would never do. So it's going to be me trying to figure out how to fit more functionality into a plugin that is maxed out already. And I'm so sure that's what I want to do that I'm going to delete all the extra controls and begin work with the assumption that these are all I'm going to get to have, because this is all I can fit into consolidated. I suppose I could get rid of the gate. After all, it won't be a high gain plugin necessarily. I mean, it will and it won't. It will kind of be a high gain plugin, but I could get rid of the gate. I really could. Nothing is stopping me from doing that. Then it'll just have whatever hiss there is on it. Or you could run a gate literally on the front as a separate plugin, like throw Digital Black in there and you're golden. So that might be the answer. But as far as further exploring the question, here we are getting ready to be able to build it. And from this stage onwards, I can just copy all of this and all the way down to the bottom there. It's less giant than, say, Console X. And there's one thing I'm looking forward to getting into is diving more deeply into stuff like Console H, because the parts are starting to come together. There's so many things I really need to do. like I need to finish console H. I also really need to get together the physical stomp boxes, because there's a reason for me to do the stomp boxes, and it's that I have spent money on some of the parts for them. And if I don't have any sales, it starts to look really weird around tax time that I moved into this region and then am doing literally nothing with it. So I do have to start doing something with it, however humble. Even if this is not a great time for making physical stuff, gotta say. Maybe I'll just end up coming up with some kind of way of making it work. So yeah, copy. And then this should get me a paste. And if I build it, I have to build it twice. Again, this version of Xcode has this quirk. It hasn't built its own support classes yet, so it doesn't know what the simplest things are. It uses audio units use in num channels. C uses cosine and fmax and fmin and fabs, but it doesn't know what any of those things are until it has gone through the building quality at least once, building some of its internal classes, at which point it's good. And yeah, like the thing I'm saying about the gate idea is I don't think I have the controls for it, but I think I can cannibalize the gate control, take it away, and have that be a compression speed, which will be more useful, seeing that you can always put a gate on as a separate plugin. And seeing as Crunchy Guitar, which I will be showing momentarily, because right now this is literally Crunchy Guitar. It's just called something else. Let's fire up our sounds, if we can find them, or if we can find the audio we're using for them. Here we go, this is the one. We've got a lame little, like, it's quite funny how much I do not care that it's lame little guitar noodles, because it's like I'm making tools and I know how I want them to sound, and it doesn't matter what I'm playing, really. Nobody really cares about that. But it matters how well it's coming out when I do this. Oh, I've also got an output control. Maybe that could work. So, see, gate kind of like gate is kind of like helping those type of sounds. But then if I start doing something that is more like a compressed sound, then that becomes the next question. Where do we need to get in order to make this work? So I have documented that this does actually work. Although I'm probably going to have drive default to lower, because if it compresses, maybe it will just make this be a smooth sound, and there will be no need for an output, because it'll just make all of the sounds be compressed and come out quieter anyhow. I'm also looking forward to seeing what it does with basses, but that's a whole other story. So, where did we leave off? We're going to open up, because why would we not use the new hotness, right? Why would I not use the new plugin? Under B. Oh, and let's dig it out of BasiComp Mono, because chimey guitar is also end-to-end. And what are we looking at here? We are looking at a enum and an array. Well, if we can make one array, we can make multiple arrays. So that is actually... Also, I feel like this last sample in intermediate L might just be a post clipper or something. What do we got here? Ah, we got clip only 2. That's what it is. It's designed to use that, so all well and good. How dense is this stuff? It's all going to have to fit into here. So that's kind of messy, but on the other hand, it seems to be done on the fly. Let's start by not even taking anything that isn't part of BezEQ. I mean BezEComp. So we start with just this. We're not even going to do the safety clipper. Might very well, let's see. This gate stuff is probably also not going to be a thing, because it's going to need to have a control. I don't know whether the output would be makeup gain. I am, as they say, not a clever pony. But I do know that this is the part I can copy in order to bring only the compression section. Oh, better hit save. And I can bring literally one instance in. I do not know whether bringing just one instance in will be any help at all. But if I did, it would look kind of like this. There it is. So this should build, if nothing else. You should be able to drop it in here. Some of the rest of this, and this should build. Oh, hang on. We're not quite there yet, are we? I'm making mistakes just 'cause. That at least I can fix. Oh, except for here. I have to fix this too. And these things, that's another story. Comes from up here. So threshold and the makeup gain. Well, one thing I could do is replace the last two controls with just that. Also, is this spacing nonsense part of this, or is it, I think it's just part of, yeah, it's only part of clip only, which we're not including. So I don't need to worry about that, but this bit I need that. Meaning I'm going to have controls for it. So God, excuse me. So just in case, let's see. Oh, no, those are the wrong things. Hang on. That's more like it. So if, let's see. So if the gate's not being used, it is prem I equals 0. Logically then, that's now the same. And output can be 1. There. Let's see if it builds. Aha. Okay, so it might just be that I have a working version of BasicComp existing inside this plugin now. What shall we do with it? This one can go away now. Don't need you anymore. And it's going to be using those last two controls. So we got stuff like that. And if we fire it up, so this is now threshold and speed. Ah. Ah, okay. All right, it's kind of working, or something. But not really. It's not really working very well. So that's probably going to need being fixed. Drive is less useful. I tell you why. I haven't removed the saturation yet. That's why it's doing what it's doing. Let's maybe look into that. Okay, goodbye. So we're going to clip, but there is one thing that we can do here, assuming it's going to be a guitar-y kind of sound, is grab that from there, poke that in there. We can retain drive, but it's not going to be doing anything really, unless we make it be. And then this is just a clipping factor on the very, very end. And let's see what we got. This time at least it should not be going into the major distortion. I have still not moved the compression to where I want it though. I think I'm not going to have an extra glass of coffee today. Cup of coffee, I should say. But I am of a mind to hammer away at this and get some kind of results out of it. I just don't think that drinking all of the coffee ever is going to help with that very much. So what's just changed? Drive is now attenuating things. And we've got a heavy boost in high and stuff like that. This is serving as a compression. And output is serving as the speed. So that is now the internal gain, but it's not happening before. So this is with no compression. And this is the compression speed. And as we keep pushing more of the compression, we start getting into this zone. So it's technically got compression happening, but in this limited way. And this is it doing actual compression. It's going to let through more attack. Maybe Bez makeup is not going to be useful to me. Let's find out. Times 1 minus this. And then the makeup gain we can do using drive, so we don't need that. And we're not actually applying this after the EQ or in the middle of the EQ. This is all going before the EQ. First things first, if we do not have a makeup gain, we don't need this to be here. And we can build again. In theory, this is now going to completely work as a compression. Hey Igor. Yep, I am doing my best. Today is let me see if I can get the compressed guitar thing going. And it's being done by starting with what I've got in pointy guitar and then bringing in BeziComp, even though I haven't got BeziComp's kinks fully worked out yet. And let's see what we got. So the idea, if it works, is this drive is basically a post control. I do have an output clip. But the output clip is not actually catching the peaks. So I'm able to kick in so much compression that it just stops. And then this is our speed. So it's possible to have it have too much speed. And at a lower speed, we're getting into the zone where we're getting the right kind of behavior. So you can hear it stepping on the gain. And there's going to be a fine little adjustment in here. But we're going to want the ability to put a larger chunk of attack on there. So we can do too quick very easily. And it looks like, yeah, my post clip is not working. It is not working at all. But it's like, that's fine, I don't care. Whatever. But the compression is starting to work. So I already know I'm not going to want makeup gain. Let's just strip that out entirely. Some of the rest of this I probably also will not want. And then I have to come up with a way of making this move to within the stage where I'm doing the EQ. We are not djenting today, and I'll tell you why. This is a compressed guitar, not a distorted guitar. See, it says chimey rather than pointy. You've already got the djenting guitar. This is for something else. And I'm working out what it needs, what I must do to make it work. And yeah, this is not helping. That was my saturation. The saturation is not helping. So we're going to ignore it and just let it clip the output of the amplifier. You know, cow bless, I was talking about Jerry Garcia's guitar earlier. There was a time when Jerry Garcia's guitar was a neck-through body super duper custom thing, but he started out running Fender pickups on it. I wouldn't say that it was easy, and it will look a little funny, but you can stick Fender pickups, kinda, into a Gibson-style guitar. The reason that you don't see that typically is because the Fender pickups are very slightly wider. So you'd have to like drill extra holes in the pickup rings, and might run into other problems as well. But especially if you're willing to tilt them slightly in the pickup ring, I'm pretty sure you can get Fender pickups into Gibson ones. It's just a somewhat destructive process. So let's see, we are starting to see where this comes from and where it goes. Tempted to get rid of this stuff already, but it is at least staying out of my way a little bit. Like we've got this stuff up here, but it says begin gate, and I can put an end gate. And that's how I know to delete it later. But here's the next thing. This needs to be expanded somewhat. This needs to live inside this area. Much like the other thing, I need to move that whole section up to and including like double C-BAL, double BAL, double CBAL, etc. into the stages of filtration. Into the int y equals 0, y less than 9 loop. And so everything inside here needs to be expanded outwards a little bit more. However, that's fairly straightforward in its way. I've already got a model for what it's going to take to do it. What I don't know is how it's going to respond. But here's my model. See where ang S and A have this 12 on the end of them? Guess what? Same thing. I just need to do that and then incorporate it into the reset. When I say reset, when you make a plugin, there's this thing where it blanks out all the values ahead of time, and it needs one of those. So that's what we've got here, is I need that. Then not in the, I've got this backwards. It's not going to hurt anything, but I'm iterating through the Y's each time. I can have this cover this bass. So we'll do it like this. Boop. Boop. Now ang is being defined, but I can also move the BesiComp stuff inside there. And well, I'm happy to hear this idea that my streams are giving you random inspiration. That's what really matters. Hopefully, even when I do the silly Minecraft stuff, it has a quality of that. What does BesComp BesCycle equals 1 mean here? I guess I know. I think I just did that wrong, in fact. Don't mind me. I'll figure it out. I split one of these things where I didn't need to be splitting it, because it was the other one that I meant to be splitting it. Here's the thing I was talking about. These need to have an additional factor, which I will call y, for literally all this stuff. And that needs to be initialized as well. Ah, you're working with Bezier curves in Blender. I'd like to do more in Blender. You know, one of the things that I've been thinking about, given that we have this whole world war where Russia is doing its level best to like wreck all of our stuff, which is likely to succeed. All of our stores are going to look like, I'm trying to think of the appropriate word for very much not Moscow, during the fall of the USSR. And our stores are all going to look like that. And so I won't be able to get any new things. And one of the things I'm thinking about is whether I want to like stretch a little bit and get a hold of a Wacom tablet while I still can, because I had one that I gave to a stepkid when I was dating the lady in Canada, and I never really got any use out of it, but I always wanted to do like animation, and Blender is what I would be doing animation in. So we would have that in common. And again, I never actually got into it because I'm too busy making plugins and stuff. But the idea of doing that was very interesting. And I have a elaborate stand for a Wacom 24-inch Cintiq. Back in the day when I was able to do things like that, I may have given the Cintiq to a kid who was doing art and needed the support. But I shipped that in its box to Canada. I did not ship its ginormous stand, which weighs like 80 pounds. So I still have a stand, a moderately expensive stand for a Cintiq. So yeah, I am wondering whether I need to stretch in order to get my hands on one of those while I can, because there will come a time where you can't. I would get into GeoNodes. I don't know, maybe. So let's see. First of all, where we're at here. I have now made BesiComp have like 10 different stages. And we've blanked them all out, and they all will work exactly the same. Instead of being X and then Y, this time we're doing Y and then an X, but it's going to amount to being the same thing. So that is now blanked out properly, and I have the Y parameter added. Here's where that becomes something that gets used. If I move all this, copy into here, and paste it, I've now put like 9 levels of compression in here. Yeah, well, Cowbless, you know, I've talked sometimes about like the dub techno kids. There's a great movie, Kvadrat, that's worth watching, which is a Russian techno DJ, and what his life is like. And his life is just like ours would be. And I'm not gonna get too mad at Russian citizens, given that largely through their leadership's efforts, we've not been able to control our lunatics either, and we now have a guy jumping around. The most recent one that I heard was that the American government demanded that Sweden remove all like transgender activities or something on point of war or some crap like that. And that's ludicrous. We have no business telling Sweden to be more bigoted, and yet he is, because the real point is to make us look bad. I was not able to stop that man from doing that. I'm just a guy up in Vermont. I mean, I voted, I did my stuff. There was only so much that I could do against the disinformation campaigns and stuff. And sometimes you just have to be right-sized and recognize, like, this is making a mess. I can't personally stop the mess. I can just try to keep a level head. And that includes not just randomly being angry at every Russian in the world. It's like, yeah, if I was going to do that, that would imply that I had control over my government. And it's become obvious that when these things get complicated enough, you lose all the control. And that sucks. And yeah, no, I feel you. So I try to stay human, to the extent that I'm not like a furry. Like, I'd rather be a cat, but as long as I have to be a human, I will stay human. And we try to be chilled. And yeah, Pink Sounds, it's not about that, man. Trust me on this. I'm not going to get turning this into a political stream. That's never going to be the thing. But no, it was never about making factories in America. What is happening with that is the people running our stuff are basically being run by the same people that Calbless's authorities are up to, except for there's a difference. It's not about making the country of America great. It's making us fall on our face. It's making us be wrecked and ruined. So somebody somewhere, even if it's maybe not the people in control in my country, knows you can't simply make factories, even if you could subjugate the people so much that you could make them. Like, put Barbie doll arms into Barbie doll bodies for 3 cents an hour. Even if you could make the people do that, there's not time. You can't make the factories all of a sudden. That's just not a thing. So yeah. And yeah, I can't blame you for only hearing the echo chamber, because the echo chamber made a point of taking over like mainstream media. Back in the day, mainstream media, there was an element of sense to it. And after all the ranting and raving about how you can't trust the mainstream media, they basically took it over and made sure that that was true. We will do what we can. That's one of the reasons why I was particularly excited to find out that, like, I got paid off of Patreon today, and it was not worse than before. The amount of work that I'm doing and the amount of help that I'm bringing is enough that the Patreon is actually not collapsing. I thought that maybe it was diminishing and dwindling, and I was just hoping it was going to not get worse so fast that it would cause me trouble. But no, it's actually hanging in. And I'm quite grateful for that. But yeah, it's because I know that there's stuff that I can do. Like, I can make it so if you have a internet connection, I can give you new things. I can give you something fun to play with each week. If that's all I can do, I will damn well do it. And I've never demanded like compensation for any of that. Yeah, screw that. I completely agree, Calbless. I am on the same page 100%. And I'm willing to be good to that. So, like, yeah, if you're going to be my Russian bro, then you get to be like one of those dub techno kids I talk about so often. There's a guy that posts YouTube videos of dub techno. That's why I keep talking about it. Where it's just this wordless, very chill music, and he's really good at selecting stuff, and he's really good at making dub techno mixes. They're such good mixes. And I know he's from out of Russia. I'm not going to be discriminatory about that, because what has he... Unless I hear about him going to war against people that I like, which I assume he's a dub techno kid, man. He's making mixes. He's not doing anything like that. I'm not going to war against anybody either, then he is my brother in spirit. And that's just how that rolls. And by the way, I was busy doing something, so tell you what. Let's take this Y here, boop, and start pasting it in to all these places, and because I'm very close from actually getting to try this and see what happens. In theory, this could just work. And then it'll be a matter of doing all the adjustments so that the control settings are actually useful and good. But we'll start by coding this stuff together, adding the additional array parameter that I need, and seeing what it sounds like. It's not impossible that it'll just be like, hey, it sounds amazing. Oh, cool. Both of you folks are in Belarus. Hey. See, doing this stuff properly, we can at least connect people in useful ways. Sometimes it's worth making the effort for that because there is so much against it. Some people out there gain so much from being able to be divisive and warlike and causing a huge mess. And it is very discouraging when that's what goes on and you can't do anything about it and you're just stuck being like, wow, that's a mess. It's a drag. But our personal decisions, while they may not be able to fix all of the problems, you can often at least come up with something positive. Speaking of which, let's see whether this worked. It built. So in theory, this is now a maximum of 9-pole filter, which is now also a 9-pole compressor. And I'm about to hear what happened. Oh, Harsia Wahono, are you the one who wrote me? I was talking about your letter earlier. I am firmly aware of the suggestion and I like it. Not only that, I intend to do, you must be the one that wrote me. I have your letter in my mailbox, and it's one of the few that I don't simply delete because it's usually full of spam all the time. But I've got like three different emails from people where that's keeping it on my mind. And if you're the one asking for 2-tape 8 and console 9 in multi-channel, you're the one who wrote me. If not, you're another person who wants the same thing. And I fully intend to produce it's going to be a audio unit. I only have the capacity to do audio units in multi-channel at this time. I don't have the background for being able to do them in VSTs. But I am aware of the request for multi-channel 2-tape 8, multi-channel console. Yeah, fair enough. Multi-channel 2-tape 8, I would probably also include 2-tape 7 because it is a distinct flavor that some people really like. And console 9 is a definite include that. And yeah, absolutely. I intend to not only do that, but also add to my website a button that you can click, one of the topics, one of the types of thing, where it is end-to-end, which will reveal all of the other Airwindows plugins that already work for what you're doing. So yeah, I am aware of this. I don't think I'm going to be doing it today, but I am maybe next week between derping around in Minecraft and seeing how people have griefed it. I will jump on that and do some of that. That might be a good thing to fit into next week. In the middle of the chilling out, I can also do a grinding away tediously at the website as another part of things. Meanwhile, I can do this. Yikes. Okay, that was loud. So we don't have control over this yet, but it lives. It's alive. What happens if this is at 0.5? Am I applying drive? I'm applying drive, but not in front of the compressor. That's interesting. And I'm getting some distortion out of it. And I'm getting a lot of peakiness going on. So something's happening. Okay, it's the start. That's the start. I am hearing compressy-like behaviors in there. No question about it. Yeah, so Blender Plus tablet. Honestly, one of the things that I would be looking to is Grease Pencil. That's really what I'm thinking about. Because, you know, back in the day when I wanted to start learning how to animate, which is something I've never found time to be able to actually do, I had a copy of Toon Boom. I had a copy of Toon Boom Studio. It wasn't a very good copy. It wasn't like the maxed out version. And it would not translate to a newer computer, and the upgrade fees that they wanted were unbearable, and I couldn't keep it running even on the older computer, and I had to give up on it. So back in the day, I was able to buy my way into Toon Boom Studio and never really got anything done with it. And then I wasn't able to follow through with it because it just... Oh, well... This is me thinking of whether I can find something I'm thinking of. Give me a second. I am also going to use the facilities, but I want to find something that I can show and tell. Where would that have been? Not there. 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 Here. Ah! Found it! Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. So, oh, and I see I'm up to 17 viewers, which is a fine time for a little show and tell. So I drew these for my dad. This is why I wanted to get better at grease pencil. My dad was always a huge fan of cartooning, and he wanted some of his kids to learn how to do that, and he didn't really quite get there. But towards back in the day, like back when my dad and my mom were alive, they were like upper middle class people, but kind of problematic in some ways. And I was living here, actually, in Vermont, and basically starving and trying to pay back my mom lending me money to keep me alive. And they were actually extremely fortunate and doing really well. The reason I have all the synthesizers and stuff is because they died. And me and my siblings inherited money from them. But until that point, I was trying to make it on my own without any support. And so I was on like social services, and I was paying my mom back for loans of like a couple of $1,000 just so that I wouldn't end up homeless again. And in sending my mom money so that she would be fully wealthy, even in the matter of thousands of dollars, before dying and leaving it back to me again. So it's kind of ridiculous. I wasn't able to say much to my dad because he was like, he had like rage issues and then became very guilty for the rest of his life. He earned a lot of money, but then he blew it all trying to run his own business. I ended up being better at running my own business than he ever was. But he was always into the cartoons, and I had gotten good enough because I did a webcomic. If you recognize the style of eyes and the highlight on there, that's what the webcomic used to look like. And I made this little series of comics for my dad. And when I sent my mom a check to try to pay her back for keeping me alive, I would send one of these. And so this one is my character there, making a world by painting his own panels in. And then there is this negative space, which is climbing up between the panels. And it's another kitty. And he is somewhat surprised by this. Look, I have a house. Oh, they found a house. That doesn't mean that's his. This is all natural media on paper. It is ink and ink wash. Ink wash is very difficult to control, by the way. If you recognize the type of grass or the type of house, this is another cartoonist's memes there. In fact, so is the Van Gogh, because that house belongs to somebody. The grass is normally not seen in perspective like in the middle panel, but that is Peanut's grass, and that is Snoopy's house, and that is Snoopy. My dad was a big fan of Peanuts, and so that was something that I included there. That's grass. That's what grass looks like in the Snoopy universe. If you go and look up Peanut strips, anytime grass is represented, that's how he's doing it. And then I had one more. This is over a period of months because I couldn't do these very often. Back in the day, I was doing a daily webcomic. I just didn't have a story for it. But this was more on a monthly basis, so I had time to like do a cooler comic for my dad. Until it burned me out. It ended up being very difficult. But this is my kitty walking sort of past the panel, as you can see here. And he's carrying a stick, but it's knocked one of the panels down and it all falls over. and then the other kitty rescues him, and then they're okay in the end. And then the very last one, I burnt out. I didn't have the energy to keep doing it, and so I did a sketchy one, and that was the final one. Back to the beginning. So yeah, I'm interested in grease pencil because I had those little characters, and I never ended up being able to do a story until I got into fan fiction. I joined the My Little Pony fan community, and some people remember the work that I did in that, and that's where I learned how to tell stories. Years and years after I had tried to do a webcomic series where I basically learned to draw over the course of the webcomic series, to the extent that that counts as, like, I ended up being better at things like shading and whatever. Drawing never really got there. But, yeah. So that's why I would be interested in trying to get a hold of a Cintiq, just in case it ends up becoming possible to do something, because it's like, it's really wild how things work out. I am familiar with cartoonists on YouTube, for instance, and everybody's basically been driven away from cartooning because you can't be a cartoonist on YouTube. There's no reward for like high effort, short duration videos, no matter how good they are or what they are. So it's just a complete, it's like, forget it, don't even do this, because you can't actually succeed doing anything of the sort. And yet there are people who will still do things because they want to do things. And increasingly, like, we're in the age of, ChatGPT and AI and so many things attempting to replace humans. To some extent, that might actually succeed and work. Not work in the sense of anything will be good, mind you, but succeed in the sense of putting people out of jobs and making it impossible for them to do anything. Which brings us to this world where it's like, yeah, well, okay, good luck surviving it all. But if you do survive it all, what would you like to do? I will help you make music. I'll give you tools for making music. Maybe if you want to bring things to life by making an animated cartoon, for instance, or a cartoon drawn on paper like I just did in the one that I showed. As long as you're surviving, go ahead and do it. There isn't anything else that you can do that will help you survive, so that's a separate problem now. Because it's a separate problem, go ahead and make music. Go ahead and make an animated movie. If you live long enough to complete it, yay for you. There will be no reward, but do you want a reward, or do you want to have made an animated movie? Do you want a reward, or do you want to have made a system of plugins that people can just have so they can make music? It's really that simple. It's like, do you want to make something that is cool and nice? Because it's basically as simple as that, and there's less and less difference between just wanting to do something cool and like if no matter what you do, there is no path to monetizing it and making a living, then oh well, just survive somehow and do the thing. Do the thing. And yeah, absolutely, flexing a bit that you made a thing is fine. Note, however, that with all of this, granted, this is something of a creative take. This guy who is turning on a panel in the beginning there, and it's this character who shows up and is like, I will make a world, and starts drawing the panels of his own comic. Yeah, and I did like 7 instances of this, and it's relatively well drawn, but the imagery is all basically there, and it's kind of together. Like in this one, he has a kink in the tail, which is like George Harriman's Crazy Cat. That's on purpose. My dad knew Crazy Cat and loved it, so he would recognize that immediately. And that's the first thing that he would notice, like, oh, I know who that is. So it was making a reference that my dad would enjoy. And you could tell an AI, draw me 7 comics of a cat that is drawing panels, and they would make something. The computer would generate something. It wouldn't necessarily be any good, but so what? It's not about, like, a lot of my music is like that as well. It's not about, oh, you could do that much more polished and better. It's like, well, did you? Did you do it? Yeah, that would be the comment that I told about a while ago. If you didn't do it, so what? If an AI could do it fairly easily if you told it to, also so what? For all of these things, like, so what? The question is, did you want the thing? Did you want to tell a story like that? What kinds of story do you want to tell? If you want to make music, what kinds of music would you like to make? Some foolish person with a computer and a lot of processing capacity can type in a few words and hit a button and pretend that they did a thing. In that case, which thing did they want to pretend that they were able to make? If you wanted to make a particular thing, do you care about that thing to the point where you know whether it worked or didn't? Because a lot of the music that I want to make, AI is not going to be able to do a good job at. The stuff about the peak energy, the stuff about human feel, none of the AI is trained on that stuff at all. It will be trying to avoid some of those things by virtue of its training data set. And you can feed the AI with all of the final records I've captured to the computer and do all those things, or simply study it hard enough and figure out what to do with it. And even then it's like, well, but do you want to do that? Or do you want to, like, identify what you think is a hit record in 2026 and then manufacture more of those at the press of a button? Like, everything becomes valueless, at which point the valued things are, what did you actually want to do? You don't get to have success. What thing did you want to make? What thing do you want to do? And it's about as simple as that. And yeah, the telling of the story, the tricky thing about the idea of telling this story with AI is like, well, but are you actually doing that and are, for instance, trying to speak from a different language? Or do you want to be like, I want to call myself a novelist? Oh, what story do you want to tell? Oh, I don't care. I want to call myself a novelist. So I'm going to tell AI, write me a novel. Well, what would you like to write the novel about? I don't know. What's good? It's like that every step of the way. It's always like that. It's like, well, what's good? If you can define that, might as well go and do the thing. If you can't define that, you're wasting your time because somebody else down the street could be going, I want to be a novelist too. Okay, there you go. You can dominate Amazon because somebody can write an AI and ask it, how do I dominate Amazon? Oh, it's okay. You do this and this and this, and you buy this advertising, and you do that and the other. And somebody can figure out all of these things, and it's all really hollow if nobody wants anything, because the AI doesn't want anything. Meanwhile, what I want is, I want this to act like a compressor, which currently it is not doing. And I have one idea as to what might be causing that. Maybe I don't need this drive, or maybe it's in the wrong place. So let's investigate. Like, when I do this, I'm no longer clipping away the loud sections. And this is the bit in here where I'm able to amplify. But if I put this in front of the compression, and I may not even need it. Like, how's this work anyway? Ah, okay. So drive plus 0.7 So this is basically working as a saturation factor for the guitar version of this, as in pointy guitar version of this, making sure that it always distorts a little bit. I could find the exact position I'd need to set in order to have it really truly be unity gain. It's not currently doing that right now, but if I do this, I can have it boost or cut, but I can also have it be unity gain just by leaving it at 0.5. That's what I was doing before, but it wasn't working, and now I know why. It wasn't working because there was a built-in gain every step of the way. And having now fixed that, if I have it at 0.5, it's doing unity gain unless it's doing something else, and I will now find out what that got me, if anything. So let's see. Open this up. So an interesting side note to AIs and stuff is you can also view it kind of like market research, and there's a catch. You can use AI's ability to pretend that it's doing things to produce what is like the most common and popular form of a music, the most common and popular form of a story, and kind of wrestle it into shape. But it'll go for the low-hanging fruit. It will go for stuff where it's like, people usually like this because that's the nature of the beast. If you do that, you can extrude like pop style stuff all day long. Trouble is, everybody else is going to be doing the same thing. Along those lines, that becomes a problem. Okay, so here we go. This is definitely compression. And it's leaving the largest peaks relatively unsquished, isn't it? But one point that I should mention, I've got high frequency boosts in here and they're having an effect. If I make it flat, I can have bypass. But when I boost, I have to have the compression engaged. And then when I have the compression engaged, it does actually work. So if I find a suitable spot for that, ooh, this becomes very sensitive then. Oh god, yeah. Oh, that's very sensitive, isn't it? I'm not sure it likes having that drive control in there at all. I did not finish manually tuning the track, is what happened, Kalbus. I got to where it was doing a useful-ish thing, but I didn't actually finish remixing all of the stuff that I was doing in 2023 because I got caught up with doing this stuff. I wonder whether maybe all this could be merged together somehow. See, I'm not going to want compression as fast as this. or necessarily as slow as this. There's going to be sweet spots in here. A bit of boost. So that's now a very heavily compressed sound. And there's some sharp limits on what's useful here. Also, getting into that Mark Knopfler-y thing, you want the presence boost too. Let's pull this back again. Yeah, it's very sensitive, isn't it? All of your boosts can be done using just the frequencies. And this is very sensitive, and the speed is very sensitive. So I feel like now I need to grab my calculator and figure out what is going on with this gate parameter. Like, gate is doing a thing here. And I need to figure out what that is. So because I'm assuming that drive, any departure from like 1 seems bad. It's a delicate little beast, this. We can basically disable all of that. In fact, I can disable that, and then I can also disable this. Here's our band processing. I'm that sure that disabling that is useful that I'm not even going to worry about it. Again, I can get boosts out of simply turning those bands up, and that'll do the job for it. Yuri, hopefully sharing an idea. That doesn't mean I will do it, but by all means share it. It's possible that somebody else in chat will. Meanwhile, I had big questions about some of this stuff, namely, how does this threshold stuff work? So it's the top of those two things, and threshold is param 1 to the power of 2 times 64. Interesting. That suggests that this is following a particular behavior. For one, I don't think I need the power factor in there. That's just how I first implemented it. But we're now stacking up mass quantities of these. So if instead this was just param I times 64, and I clearly don't need to go all the way to 64, so what happens if we go to 4? Seeing as we're doing so many levels of compression and all. And then where does this actually show up? Ah, okay. Input sample times equals the end result of this times thresh. And what that means, this is the method by which I can squish it to beyond silence. Well, what would happen if it didn't even have this? Because effectively what this is doing is either making it be ginormous or clamping it down until it's next to nothing. But if I didn't have it there at all, the rest of it is still doing something. Let's quickly see what happened. We now have no gain adjustments other than the frequency bands. And there's no threshold adjustments. It's just applying the output in a way that makes it be a compressor. And when I turned the threshold right down to 0, all that was happening is it wasn't applying it at all. What do we got? One thing that's going to happen is it's going to be automatically doing a bunch of compressing now. I just don't know what that's going to mean to the rest of the sound. Until I hear it. See, geet now does nothing. Drive now does nothing. Okay, it compresses fairly aggressively, is one of the things that happens. See, this is experiences in the compression. I've got all these layers of it. Oh, pulls int drive times 10. Drive equals 1. Pull equals 10. So my previous maximum for pulls was like 18 or something. Should say up here. Yeah, goes up to about 17. So I was really limiting it. So what it was doing was restricting the levels of it and that means I can bring drive back in, but rather than having any gain level, what it's doing is kicking in additional stages of compression. So what happens when we do that with a fixed compression? I know I had more in here, but this will get me from 0 to 16, because you see, it depends upon this. That is in pointy guitar. If you go to higher gain in pointy guitar, it starts adding more distortion stages as you go. What's going to be happening when I try this now is it's going to be not doing any gain changes using drive, but instead changing the number of filter and compression stages. And the compression is all happening at the same level. Arguably too much, but this C-bal here, I think that may be limited to between 0.1 and 1, but I'm not sure. But one thing I can do is cleanly cut it back and in fact I will do, because now my compression levels are being modulated by drive, and drive is how that's being affected. So drive is no longer any kind of gain control at all. And I can try this on other sounds as well at some point, but right now I'm sticking to guitars because it's a guitar-oriented effect. So I should probably have zero sound when it's set up like this. I'm not sure, but I think it's probably going to give me zero sound. I'm wrong. In fact, I can do a compression thing. Check that out. So we have a level of compression engaged. We're not boosting anything, and we're all relatively flat, but now we have many stages of compression. So it gets kind of thicker. And this is the part where we can make stuff actually start compressing more aggressively. And then modulating the speed, which is currently sitting there calling itself output. We start getting into a rather interesting zone, don't we? And that's because we have too much gain. It's working, doing something. See, the more stages of compression, the more it gets into kind of a weird zone where we're really hearing a lot of saturation and blur on it. Here's a high saturation. So if we just boost everything flat, then what? So what's happening now is the derez speed is affecting things. To the point where we can kind of make it feed back on itself, can't we? And the level of drive has an effect on this as well. to the point where we can get into a normal compressed thing. Or an exaggerated one. That doesn't do anything. So this is starting to converge on something. I've established that with the simple presence, high, mid, low, and sub, that's as much boost as I will ever need. Because it's happening every stage of the way. Drive, which is it is now mapped to the number of stages of compression and filtering. Cal Bless, I have an idea for what might possibly be causing that, although I'm not necessarily right about it. In any case, this is what you get with only one level of its compression and no filtering at all. Except for I'm adding a tiny bit of sub by mistake. There, now it's no filtering. And the speakers are post all of this, so they don't matter. As we increase drive, we go from one stage of compression to lots of stages of compression. Actually, that's not true at all, is it? I have made a mistake in my assumptions. That's not actually one stage of compression at all, and I'll tell you why. We're doing drive plus 0.618, so I automatically already have a bunch of stages in there. That's not actually what I had in mind. This will now go from possibly 0 stages and possibly 1 stage to, let's make it go up to just as much, 16. Because we've got it set up where we're doing a maximum of 16 poles within the limits of our arrays. And yeah, the thing, I get the warmness. I would kind of like to have it react in such a way that there are parts of it that sound like a normal compressor rather than sounding like the weird BesiComp thing that I initiated. I realize that I'm doing multiple stages and that's having some effect on it, but I'm still running into that problem where maybe simply what I need to do is cut back on the amount that it can compress. Maybe it's still compressing too much. Yes, as far as the parentheses, you might be soaking that up from neo-Nazis because they use except for it would be both of using the multiple open and then multiple closing parentheses is how people used to flag the name of somebody and imply that they are Jewish. It comes out of neo-Nazi circles, so maybe that's where you guys are getting it and you've not noticed where it came from because it soaked into the culture so much. Because normally I would think that people that were using that in its native habitat would be using the opening parentheses as well. But yeah, I could see how that would sort of seep into culture in that way. Yeah, it comes from a bad space, or what I would consider to be a bad space, but maybe you're simply not picking up on what that's normally about. Anyways, let's reduce the amount of compression, and we could reduce it again if we want, and see whether this gets into a zone. We're trying to converge on something that sounds like really good guitar and or bass compression. Yeah, Jonathan, you know it. It's for good reason. The people who soaked in that stuff are like running the government and the media outlets at this stage, so... Oh, really? Huh. That is possible. That is possible. I may be off base there. Because again, like I said, if it came from there, you would assume that people would start doing the multiple surrounding parentheses on everything. And yeah, it's troll zones. I mean, we see enough trolls anyhow. My Minecraft server is getting griefed by trolls, and the metagame of it is becoming, well, if that's happening, what do we do about it? Rather than go to war. Because there's no point in that. But let's see now. Let's put it back to here. Okay, we're getting a saturated sound through boosting everything. It's not a lot of boost, but it is some boost. And then if I start pulling it back, now we've got it so there really is only one stage. But is it doing anything? I suspect this is actually not doing anything other than... No. At 0 drive, we don't have anything engaged, but... we can have something engaged. See, if I had this set to 10, I would know when I was getting to fewer stages. Actually, come to think of it, this should be giving me one stage. Yeah, I kind of hear something. So if we boost real hard, that's speed. And drive is the number of stages of this. And we can crank it up. Now that we have it set to a radical setting, maybe now we're going to hear more. Okay. Yeah, this is sounding a lot like compression. See, what's happening that I am trying to avoid is I can get this compressive field going on, but there's also this volume warble that's happening at the same time. It's like overshooting. I'm not as happy about that. See, you can plainly hear that. So it needs to not be doing that warbling thing. And all that was happening for me reducing the effectiveness of the gain is that it is just softening it. So what's happening is I'm using the output C-bal there as the Bezier curve on the compression. And then we're multiplying by 0.25, and all that did was it made it do its oscillation thing louder. So we can give it its effectiveness back again. Here's what I'm wondering. Can we share the values of this final output clamping? Like start it at the beginning of the pulse and then kind of continue adding? So if we did that, so here's how that would work. We define that out there rather than inside. But then there's going to be an instance of it for each of the poles that we include. So what you do then is every time we hit that, we add the previous compression, and then we start over again. My concern there is I'm not sure how that's going to work based on the actual Bezier quality. What's going to happen is it's going to add more and more of this the more stages there are. I don't know whether the Bezier curves are going to be sitting at the same place during each stage. Yeah, I mean, Cowbless, the thing about people talking about theories like that is just, you know, I too have seen 4chan. I too have seen trolls, and I know what some of that language and some of that culture is like. And I mean, that's the same place that ended up inventing bronies, so don't jump to too many conclusions about what things say about stuff. Let me see. Let's have C-bal times 0.1, meaning that if we don't have many instances of it, there will be very little effect. And seeing as it's being incremented each time we have one, that will show me maybe whether each of these phases is going to do the same tremolo-like effect, or whether they will maybe smooth out. It's just a wild, stray thing to try, but it involves instantiating one fewer variables each time, so we're keeping the same one, and really no extra processing for doing this. And again, I do not know whether it's going to work, but this is where we find out. We'll just kind of experiment and see what we get, because we know certain things about this stuff. So we're at many stages. Output is our speed. This is the amount of boost we got. Okay, that's definitely having enough of an effect. Interesting, I'm not sure I hear as much of a warble. Let's let it wrap around again, and I'll start adding more stages and see what we get. That feels steadier. That doesn't feel like it's warbling as much. Ah, but it is. It is. And if we just let it add up, all we get is suppressing things completely. Let's see what happens when we ramp up the speed a lot. Not much. Yeah, we've got a lot of compressiness. And if everything is more or less equally pushed, yeah, as we keep adding stages, we get into a very heavily compressed zone because we're just adding up the compressions now. I'm listening for whether the stuff that's being completely squished is warbling or whether it's relatively steady. I feel like I hear the warbling. Like, ideally, I should be able to suppress that, I feel. But here's another idea. Let's leave this as it is. And let's just subtract less from it. So the compression is now 10 times less strong than it was. Because minus F min cpal times 0.01 now. The thing that I am wondering about, this does seem like a way of being able to modulate the compression, but nothing about this is actually reducing that warbling quality. And that concerns me. I don't like the warbly quality. By the way, if I threw other audio on this, it would be real interesting. We're not quite there yet. There, 10 times less suppression of the sound. So this is working as an attack speed thing. And this part, at least, will let us dial it right back. This is a compressor. This is a guitar compressor. And technically, it's too late to be on 4chan because they got rated real good. Getting into a zone. That is a very compressed sound. Oh, I believe it. God bless, I believe that. Ooh, we're distorting, but this is cool. Let me leave it on that setting exactly and see whether we can do something amusing with this. Like, well, we don't save it. Put that right in like that. And we leave this like this, but then we open a recent project, namely Pointy Guitar, and reach into here and steal its distortion quality. And see whether that does us any good. That wasn't it. Okay. Boop. Got that. So I wonder if we had it saturating at every stage, would it be too distorted? Like, do we need to put a saturation inside the stages of loops, or could we put the saturation after all of them? I guess there's nothing to it but to find out. Let's try. I only just built rather than pasting. Let's try that again. There. Input sample fmin, all of this stuff is simply a, well, hang on a moment. That's not right, is it? No, that's cool, I guess. Let's see what we have if we take out this min-max stuff. I think that was more pointy guitar specific. So this is now a absolute value corrected version of a distortion that I use elsewhere. Mind you, nothing's stopping me from simply using a sine function for this. Oh, hey, Microflora. Yeah, I do this sometimes. It's fun to do the programming literally on stream. Oh, console X. So I'll tell you what's going on with that, Xard. Console X is not my usual style. It is using a thing called Pamplejuice. And it has those knobs and stuff, and that must be what you're talking about. Resize is a problem with Juice plugins. In fact, everyone that I've seen struggles mightily with this. And typically you wind up with a giant white area of window, and there's lots of ways to resize incorrectly, and different programs handle it differently, and it's a giant mess. The reason you think it's working perfectly is because I am accepting whatever window size the DAW wants to offer and just doing changes in aspect ratio to cover for it, no matter how ridiculous it is. And if you give Console X a aspect ratio that is impossible, it will simply fail. So that's the reason you think that it's working good, is because it's not attempting to hold to an aspect ratio or anything like that. It's just rolling with whatever you throw at it. That's why it seems to work. And that's not necessarily the most normal thing to do, but it's what I decided to do. Speaking of what I decided to do, let's see what this does. This is us no longer clamping the maximum or minimum values of the correction in the distortion algorithm that we have here. And we're including it with every stage of compression, which might lead to a sound that is far too distorted. But I don't know yet, so we have to try it and see. No, that's completely fine. In fact, that's cool as heck. Okay, now it's not a distortion, it is just it's singing it through its nose. Interesting. So we've super effectively stopped it from being loud. You just get more and more of this tone. Didn't expect this, but it's cool. Oh, there have been lots of video streams of the GUI coding. Most of them were extremely difficult and painful. The GUI coding for Console X was not necessarily easy to do. Okay, bass amp. Ooh, we are getting a loud output on that though. And this is all without me playing with the compression speed either. Okay, just getting kind of thumps. Subs only. Bass amp. Let's go back over to hear a little more of the bass ampy stuff. So we start basically flat. The amount of EQ boost you get is defining what the most extreme setting is. Speed shouldn't go up as high as it does. Oh, Xard, nice. I am pleased to hear that you got into a 7/8 groove and could feel it, because that's really kind of the point of what that's supposed to do. Oh yeah, this is totally a compressor now. So as cool as that is, I wonder whether I can put the clipping on at the very end and what it's going to be doing. Who's performing in this? This ain't nothing. This is just me on a guitar. Like what it's doing is this. It's just a DI. Yeah, as far as persevere, yeah, take that as a lesson. Like if you want to do things, that can be a handy skill to learn. Learn to persevere. It's worth doing. I'm happy with this. I also feel that this particular line of code is going to be having a powerful effect on the way it stacks up. So what I wonder is cut that. Put it in here instead. I can also use a simple sine function for doing this kind of thing, and it might actually be worth doing. But I'm not absolutely sure of that. And this is a lower CPU version of a saturation. So first we see whether this saturation works in this new context, because I have just moved it. I've moved it from applied at every single stage to applied only at the very end as a sort of safety clipper, but it's a soft clipper. And we're going to see what happens when I just immediately go back to where it was. Okay. You can hear it sort of grind a little bit. Ooh, well, it's clearly not working if it's overloading. So if it's overloading by 50 dB, you may be able to see that up there. That is not working as a safety clipper anymore. Not even close. So how about instead we literally try the simplest form. And that will even give us an output all the way to 0 at the point that the input has reached 1.57. In fact, we can even clamp it, or we can let it do wrapping around. When I say wrapping around, what I mean is that it will go into a zone of wavefolding. Yeah, oh no, what I had there, that wasn't actually working as a clipper at all. But this would, and actually, so if input sample is less than mpi2, or there, and then the sign of what was within that. So that's hard clipping to the point at which the sine function is giving its maximum output in a very neat way. I'm not sure I've actually used this phraseology of code anywhere else, but this would do it. And if I'm not mistaken, this will give us our output. Spiral is simply a offshoot of that combined with a different form of sine. One that lets audio through a little bit more easily in the middle sections, which is to say that's not necessarily a bad suggestion, it's just not the first one on my mind. Also, the straight up sine distortion is fatter and warmer and rounder and has more forwardness to it, which is probably what I'm looking for with this particular weird little nonsense. Interesting. That's absolutely not working. Is that because I am running into L speaker and H speaker? If I didn't have 0.4 and 0.73, then what? Okay. What's happening is L speaker and H speaker can give you peaks beyond what raw clipping would give you. That's what that is. See, there's our hard clipping. Speed it up. Don't want to speed it up this much though. So here's where we are with this. L speaker can give us peaks way beyond where it's supposed to be. We are able to get an effective compression. Speed can be useful for some of this stuff. Our clipper is probably fine as long as we have an output level control, which we can quite easily have. And then output here can serve as speed. And if we keep it really dialed back, because you don't have to go into the super high gain zones necessarily, but you can. See, so everything is being overdriven here. That's very definitely a compressed sound. you can use the speed, which is currently being called output, to manipulate that part. Or increase the speed until it's acting like some kind of funky distortion. So we've got possibilities for rather horrifying sounds here, but that's kind of normal. That does still sound kind of compressed, I gotta say. Starting to get into a zone. Oh, dynamics are evil. I'm afraid to check this out. There. Goodbye, dynamics. No dynamics anymore. There you go. Goodbye, dynamics. No dynamics anymore. Except for the way compression works, if you slow the attack of the compression, now you've got inverted dynamics. Now all the pick scrapes are 12 times louder than everything else. So this still kind of counts as compression. It's just very slow, that's all. I'm tempted to leave the vaguely tremolo-y things in there because I've kind of moderated them a little bit, but also their weird flavor and character. Like when you can do this. So that's neat. It's different. So there's an unusual sound. Oh no! Yikes. Okay, I think we got there. I think I get to use this as a plugin. Mind you, this doesn't sound like a chimey guitar at all. But when you can make it do this, and it's not actually blowing up the output in any way that I can't fix by letting the output control function again. This is pretty much made a win. It's doing terrifying, terrifying things to the sound. I just need to pad the output just a bit with the output control to make a sound like this work. And at a more subtle setting like this, it has a bunch of extra character added to it. And at 0, you get your dry signal. Chimney guitar? Yeah, it should be chimney guitar, right? This is the guitar sound that will make your chimney collapse. Yeah, this is the kind of weird that I could see people getting some use out of. I think we got there. I think maybe even the amount of drive on tap will turn out to be correct. Although we could do more. You could have more potential gain than this. Might be a terrible, evil idea, but you could. What happens when you're not doing horrible, silly things? This was 3.4 when I left it, and this was 75. Five. Let's go back to another sound. So, flat as a pancake this time. It's compressing. And when you go up to the really high speed settings, it sounds like a freaking sitar. Yeah, it is compressing when you do this. And this is a fairly effective chimey setting. Extra chimey, ultimately chimey. That is very, 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 very compressed. To the point where we're easily into that Grateful Dead Blues for Allah territory and beyond. Yeah. That was definitely in that zone of the Blues for Allah rhythm guitar tone. All right, let's zoom in. Hear how the string handling is popping out? That's more or less what they were doing in Blues for Allah. They were doing some really finely grained, really intense compression on that album. And then not as much as this, but then you just dial it back. You get the same tone quality. And you dial it back even a lot more. And then there's dry. And the right compressed bits are jumping out to whatever extent you want them, to the point of completely ridiculous. Cool. Getting about to the point for dialing in some of the stuff. Yep, see you later, Gwens. To putting the correct words in and moving some of the controls around so that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Along those lines, let's give it a try. And we are not going to use a gate. With this one, you barely need it. You're not distorting, are you? Takes up so much space anyway. Oh, that's fine. Don't be needing this. We'll want that. No longer using threshold for any purpose. And this goes I. This now comes back into play as a normal output control. And so I see a way I can rein this in to some extent. For one, we cannot have it be sloped as much, and we can have it not go to as slow of a speed. This is all from the very first attempt at BezRes. And then we can add one further thing inside here. If that's not enough, even after adding the 002 on the end, we could use the golden ratio, as one does. And up here, this now does this. We're going to slope it. Put a different angle on it. And then let's change everything else to account for more stages of compression if we want them. So the number of X poles, Y is the second one. We're not changing Y. Y can stay at 12. But X needs to go, it was going up to 16, so it's going up to 20 now, so this gets changed to larger than the number we're using. Okay, this is now confusing me. I feel like this can't be what it is. But you know what? It's fine. We'll just go ahead with it. 12, 37s, 22s. Well, whether or not I can make any sense of it, in theory, changing those array parameters should give me a result that actually works, even if it's a little bit baffling as to, well, why is it working? Shouldn't this be not working? It's doing something. That much, at least, is certain. But what on earth are we looking at? Well, for one, we now have an output control, and we need to rename the things. See, output control. It does this. Here's our speed control. Here's our limit. I think we got into a zone where it seems to work even if you turn it way up. It's still working. See, we can get a distortion-like sound out of the speed of the compression. A very solidly aggressive compression there. I hear an interesting little overtone that's part of the algorithm. C without, with. Yeah, it's like night and day. It's a whole other thing now. Yeah, coming through, coming through. So my playing's letting the side down a little bit, but one thing about it is this part is absolutely me playing fingerstyle like Mark Knopfler, because that's the way I grew up learning it. So what I'm going to need to do is go and reference Dire Straits albums. And compare it with stuff like this, even if it's not being played as well. So that I can dial in, like, details of how the compression works. Also got some interesting details here. Hey, you got a pig nose. Okay, there we go. Sorry, the stream hiccuped for a moment there. That was an accident, I didn't mean it. Okay, that's a weird guitar-like tone, but it works. Note that with this stuff, like, I could take the previous track with pointy guitar and replace any of those tones with this one because it's all in the box. You could construct something weird like this and just use it. And then if you needed to completely change it in mix, you could replace it with pointy guitar and have it be just nothing but shred. Or vice versa. I am back as well, because the stream dropped for a moment, but it seems to be working again. So here's an interesting flow of possible tones. You can push it into the wild beyond. Like this. So that's technically a compression artifact. It's making my ears implode, man. Love it. We get a wah pedal effect here. Oh god, it's a digital meltdown wah pedal. Too much. that's all part of BusyComp speed. I've done a thing in a recent plugin where I did a slowing of the speed of something related to that. So let's save this just as it is. Jump out of there. All of this still seems to be working okay. So what I would do in order to work with this, firstly, I suppose I could open up KCosmos again and get some of the relevant bits out. Oh, that's the wrong version. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is I should be able to get more out of this if I try. And I remember I was doing control smoothing in here. I'll have to fill in some of the other details, but that's fine. So if I do that, then this then this then this so far so good. That's what it would need to be. Last thing I'm going to do is actually define the variables and doing everything else first. Then, actually, do we even want it to be? Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the smallest it's going to be? Because on startup it will swoop up to the relevant speed, but that might be just fine. At any rate, I do know that it'll be a minimum of this and not 0. 0 is not the value I'm going to want. Divided by overall scale, but if it has to swoop from somewhere, it might as well swoop from a minimum sound, which would be a speed of slow upon startup. And then we need to have those variables to work with. So if I've succeeded with that, I can close this now. And I still haven't changed the names of things, but that's fine, whatever, I'll get to it. I will get to it just before thawing out food for tacos. Might turn in early today. I see I do actually have people, sure, but we're kind of just finishing up this work, so if I finish it, I guess I can be like, oh, I'll go and continue watching ContraPoints or whatever it is that I was doing. Meanwhile, this is what I was doing as far as making awful noises. But there is a new twist, which is now the speed control, which is currently labeled gate, is control smoothed. That's being done with the mid-range control. That was quite loud, but hopefully it didn't break anything. You do get the occasional pop and click in here when fooling with it, but I don't think there's any way around it. Yeah, Geiger counter. Damn straight. Yep. Hey, God bless. Got little weird details. Yeah, so Cowbless, did you miss the horrible thing I did? And we can pad it using the output. No matter how aggressive we make it. A bear garbage scare, yeah. I guess the bear garbage scare would be low. Oh wow, we just got into a completely weird zone. You can make it go. Yeah, neurogrowl. See, you could be doing this on a synth. You don't have to give it a guitar. Give me a second. I'm going to scoot off while leaving this horribleness playing, but let's expand the range of it a little bit. I'm going to use the facilities because I have drunk a bunch of water, which is good for me, so always remember to drink water. And thaw out my taco makings because we're going to do a few extra things on this, and then I'm going to get to go and have dinner early because I went an hour and a half. I went half an hour over on Tuesday. But it looks like we're going to get this done, although granted this does not sound much like a chimey guitar anymore, but that's the point. So it's another weird monster. You can do terrible things with it. I'm back. I went to AFK for a bit too, using the facilities and getting my taco dinner defrosting and the oven warming up. And by the way, this is what we started with. And this is what we can do to it. Oh, better yet. This is like full-on Doom crap, man. Yeah, this is making of Doom music crap. In a plugin. Have you ever seen the video on how the guy made the music for Doom? Because the thing about it is it's hugely effective, hugely influential video game soundtrack. And the whole idea was he wanted to not just simply use heavy metal guitars. And he ended up including some of them, but he wanted it not to just to be metal guitars. There's a whole GDC video on it. It's awesome. So what he would do is, the guy that made the music, he started with like a synthesizer line, for instance. Yeah, Mick. Yeah, it's not simply a compression style. He would start with some kind of something as simple as like a sine wave. And then he would run it into like a tiny amp and tremolos and flangers and stuff and distort the heck out of it, and then run it through another chain at the same time and run feedback into the input. And to think of, all he would have to do is wait for chimey guitar to come out and okay. Yeah, I feel like maybe this needs to come out right after K-Cosmos. This is too much fun. And I think this is just the high band. You can use the mid band. Here's some Neurogore bass line. Ooh, what do we get if we do sub? That's actually quite loud. Already. That's pretty intense. It is very loud. Okay, here we go. Lost it. I'm balancing it between. It's aggressive. It's aggressive. Okay, that's fun. Rumbly. Yeah, what I'm doing is maxing out frequency bands and just making it go into like oscillations and insanity, although there is no feedback path in this. This is actually not feedback because there is no feedback path here. So your guess is as good as mine. Oh yeah, they do. But not to the craziness, just to the gating of it. Like it'll high pass, the other one will low pass. So that's just us trying to make the low frequencies go insane, which is honestly more interesting in the other low frequencies going insane. This doesn't sound much like the original sound. I'm just saying. So we started with, and we get and none of it is actually feedback. It's compressors. Kinda. I have tacos on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which happens to be what I'm doing streaming lately. So it just randomly ends up going there. My go-to other than that has usually been stir-fried chicken and rice with peanuts and Thai peanut sauce. And I've done some good things with that, although I've been backing off of it because chicken can be expensive, and I'm trying to cut back on food. I might need to cut back on food as I go forward. So I'm working out ways of having other stuff. But I tend to fall back on the tacos on Tuesdays and Thursdays because that's just 2 days out of the week it means I'm going to have a tomato and lettuce over the course of the week, which I am not normally that big on vegetables, so it's probably good for me that way. And I can buy one tomato a week, like chop it in half and use that for the tacos. So there's like good reason behind it all. Oh no, it's R2-D2 being electrocuted. This is the sound of strangling R2-D2. That's all too convincing. Wow. Alrighty, I think this is a keeper. I never did change the names on the things though. So that's going to need to be done. Everything else, I think, if I can get up to that mischief with it and still get reasonable sounds, then I should go and double check that I can still get good sounds out of it. I'm pretty sure I can, but yeah, woof. That was messy in the best possible way. And we are not doing the gate, so we do not need this. And I will blank that stuff out of the initialization section. That's good. Here is where we rename things. I'm probably going to want to come up with appropriate settings for a startup. And it won't be that stuff that I was doing. No. And as always, I'm keeping it to the roughly 7 letters that I get out of the original VST2 specification, because it's become kind of a tradition. Yeah, it's weirdly like Enderman sounds. If it wasn't, then you could just generate sounds that way and mangle them through post-processing into Enderman-like sounds. Oop, and this is exactly what I was talking about. I have to delete these. There we are. And we are good to go. So on further, it would be quite interesting to discover that this was also like a bus compressor. I don't think it's going to be though. But I'm discovering some things in there that might end up being useful in such a way. So where we left off was making a mess. But let's loop this noodly on guitar using the finger style stuff and see what we can get out of that. And we'll leave that stuff. We're going to come up with a more appropriate setting for speed, and output can go right back up because we're no longer doing the insanity things anymore. And again, this is without boosting anything. We're going to be boosting stuff to some extent to get the sound. For instance, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be boosting high and low, but not necessarily mid. So let's see what we get. But seeing as it's a kind of clean style sound without as much raw distortion being thrown in, let's add presence. And then let's pull the sub back because we probably don't need it here. And lastly, extreme overcompress so that I can dial in what speed should be doing. Interesting. I can get into a place where it's really kind of growling and gnarling. I'm shooting for your classic Mark Knopfler. Speed. There is no attack curve to the compressor. It's a Bezier curve, meaning technically what speed means. And this exists in Bezier comp, so you can play with this now. You don't have to wait until this comes out. Speed on a Bezier compressor is the sharpest corner the curve can manage. It's not the amount of speed that it can go from silent to compressed or vice versa, but it's how sharply it can make the corner, whereas the amount of speed it can do between those two things could be anything. I am wondering whether I should be boosting more into this, because I feel like it could be a more exciting and exaggerated tone. I'm keeping all of these settings to be more or less neutral. And when I say neutral, what I mean is that I'm keeping them to like simple looking settings that aren't too specific. Okay, we've got more sharpness if I do this. And then if I do the same thing with low, maybe that's the answer. So if it's plain, we get this, but then if we start adding more compression, this is going to be the default startup of it. So if you had like a guitar and then you just turned this on but had never used it before, it would jump into a tone that would hopefully be interesting, much like pointy guitar. So all you need to do is add some reverb, and that's not a million miles off the first Dire Straits album tone. You got that major treble lift. I wonder what I should be doing with sub though. Is this good or should it be taken away even more? I like having slightly more compression though. I'm starting to get sick of that goofy little riff. So let's expand this outwards to the beginning of the strat-oriented part of the track, and there will be chords. Well, I'll tell you one thing about it. Putting a little of this up back in turned out to be the right thing. Thanks, DP. Neat. Solfege training up. Yep. Got there. I think I'm finishing up for the day. But I will finish up for the day by noting down, even if I have to go back and forth between the two things. 5, 8, 7. Everything other than output starts with a 0. So 5, 8, 7, 5, 7. 7574843. And that reproduces this initial patch, which works reasonably well for guitar noises. And then people can follow it up by doing this if they want. But we're not going to start up doing this because that would be wrong, as fun as it might be. Because when people play the guitar into the thing and it just does this, they'll just get mad and give up. This is not how people want to start using chimey guitar, because this doesn't sound like a chimey guitar at all. Even when you do this with it. It is going to make some fun samples for experimental stuff, yes. On that note, I'm going to call it a day. You can't have this weekend, but maybe the weekend after that. This is definitely my idea of goofy fun with sound effects. I'm going to knock off early and enjoy this noise. Talk to you later.